And with that, we are off to the races. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Dr. Allen W. Sugarman Sports Complex. We are just about ready for another home season of Fort Lee Bridgman High School football. My name is Tommy Aquilina. Thank you so much for joining us here on a nice Friday night. The date is September 6th, 2024, and the Fort Lee Bridgmen are ready to begin their home season. They have already begun the 2024-25 school year. They've already begun the 2024 football season. Things started off quite nicely about a week ago, back on August 29th. A 42-0 win at Memorial High School, kicking off the Mike Gerst era of Fort Lee football. And now tonight, the Bridgmen are home at the Dr. Allen W. Sugarman Sports Complex, the Sugarman Sport Complex for short. It is indeed a new era of Fort Lee football. New head coach Mike Gerst, new division. Fort Lee now a member of the Super Football Conference and specifically the Ivy Red Division. That means that last week's matchup at Memorial was not a divisional matchup, but this week it is. Fort Lee is hosting the Fairlawn Cutters. Fort Lee and Fairlawn, two members of the Ivy Red Division. There are 5 others for 7 total. Only 2 of those teams have played. Heading into tonight, Fort Lee 1-0 on the season. Ridgefield Park, the Bridgman opponent next week, is 0-1. So Fairlawn playing their first game of the year. They are 0-0. Opening kickoff is underway. Fairlawn lost the coin toss. Fort Lee won and deferred to the second half. So it is Fairlawn ball to start things off. And one of the captains, Edward Eddie Guy, handling the return for the Cutters. Pretty good field position for Fairlawn, wearing their white uniforms with red numbering and lettering. Conversely, Fort Lee wearing their home blacks with orange lettering and striping on the helmet and white numbering. You are going to hear Eddie Guy's name a lot, lining up as a wide receiver right now. Mention he is one of the captains, wearing number 0. He is a senior. Ty Christensen is the quarterback, and right now, running it up the gut for a first down is number 9, Nick Shahinian. Like Guy and Christensen, Shahinian is a senior, and he's probably a name you're going to be hearing a lot tonight. You may remember we had one of these games called on YouTube. I had the call of it last year. Fort Lee hosting and beating Fairlawn in the NJSIAA crossover game. 45-10 was the final back on November 2nd. Not a crossover game here. This is a divisional matchup. It is also another carry for Shahinian. This time he is stuffed. It's a short gain, and that'll bring up second down. You may notice the clock is in the lower right hand of your screen. The last digit is cut off. The clock will be kept by the scoreboard officially, and I will try to walk both myself and you all through it, but that is something to look out for. So there is now less than 10 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock if you're looking in that lower right corner. Second and long, they fake a handoff. It is Ty Christensen taking it himself and getting tackled by Guy Vickers. The Bergen Catholic transfer in his second year here at Fort Lee. He is a senior, and it will be third down and about 10 from the Fort Lee 45-yard line. So Fairlawn getting into and now operating in Fort Lee territory, but as you can see on the clock, it is in fact 3rd and 10. Fairlawn getting ready here on this 3rd down play. Christensen, another fake handoff, going to be his first throw, and the catch cannot be completed. That was Shahinian. That was also a fairly easy grab, and he was unable to make it. So now it's 4th and 10, and it looks like Fairlawn, this is high school football, so a lot of these guys play offense and defense, but it will be the punting team heading out there for Fairlawn. Unsuccessful first drive, and a good call by Mike Gerst and the Bridgemen, deferring to the second half. Low snap. It is handled by Christensen. He gets the kickoff. Jalen Balbuena was back to receive. He doesn't want to. Ball will be touched up at the Fort Lee 15-yard line, and that's where the Bridgemen will start things off from. Captains for Fairlawn are Guy, as well as number 51, Adrian Arcos, number 70, Christian Cifuentes, and number 74, Jaden Facultad. The captains for the Bridgemen were number 78, Dimitri von der Linden, number 10 tonight, Ron Leposki, number 4, Jalen Balbuena, all seniors, and then number 2, the junior quarterback, Luke Senator, and Luke Senator will lead the Fort Lee offense out here for the first time at home this season. In the win over Memorial, Luke Senator was 11 of 13 for 221 yards and 4 touchdowns. Stats courtesy of NJ.com. We start things off here with a toss to Jalen Balbuena. It's going to be a short gain for number 4, the Fort Lee senior. A lot of important members of this Fort Lee offense departed between last year and this year, graduating from high school and going on to college. But Jalen Balbuena and number 9, Josh DeHoyas, are still here, 2 of the more dangerous threats for Fort Lee. Senator takes a moment. He'll run it himself, and he will get tackled by multiple cutters. It's going to be 3rd down. Running is a part of Senator's game. He had 3 carries last week for 15 yards, and for all you math whizzes out there, that is 5 yards a carry. On 3rd down, Luke is going to keep it himself again. Avoids a tackle there, is taken down by 3 cutters. Senator is stopped short of the first down. And deep in their own territory, the Bridgemen are going to punt. It's 4th and 2, but Fort Lee is just barely past the 20, so they're not going to take a chance here. They will punt with under 8 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Couple empty possessions for these two teams to start things off. First punt is away. Eddie Guy back to receive. He's not going to touch it. And there will be no return. Ball will be downed by Luke's younger brother, CJ Senator, at the Fairlawn 45-yard line. So the Cutters will take over 5 yards into their own territory. The kicker there for Fort Lee was number 80, Alteo Tabaku. Both kickers from last year graduated, so now the job belongs to Tabaku. Solid first kick there. Looks like it's going to go for about 27 yards and no return. And so now the second offensive possession of the game for the Cutters with a little over 7 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. Running up the gut, still going, is number 9, Shahinian. He's still on his feet. He is not quite at the 10-yard line, and he is knocked out of bounds. Looks like they're going to down him at the Fort Lee 16-yard line. Long run for Nick Shahinian. I said I would be saying his name a lot tonight, and I already am. First and 10 Fairlawn. Again, they didn't play last week, so they are in their first game of the year, trying to shake off any potential rust. Of course, they've been practicing and whatnot. Teams are now set up. Low snap. Christensen handles it. Christensen up the middle. Breaking tackles. He is close to the 5-yard line if he didn't get there. Looks like they're going to have him down at the 6-yard line. Second and a very short one for the Cutters. Again, a 45-10 win for Fort Lee last year when these teams met up. Fairlawn trying to flip the script and change things a little bit here in their first game of 2024. Mentioned Mike Gerst coaching in his second game as Fort Lee head coach. Got his first win last week. Brendan Wallace is the Cutters head coach. Christensen to Shahinian. That's not as easy to say as you might think. Multiple Bridgemen in on the tackle. It is a short run for Shahinian. I do think they're going to give him the first down, and they are. So Shahinian with about a yard carry there. It is first and goal for the Cutters from the 5-yard line. Under 6.5 to play here in the opening quarter. Actually under 6 minutes to play. Christensen taking this one himself. Short run on the quarterback draw. It'll be second down and goal for Fairlawn. Coming off the field after that play for the Bridgemen is number 11, Azel Orta. Neither one of these teams have particularly big rosters. You will see a lot of players playing both offense and defense and even special teams. Christensen rolling to his left, tossing, and into the end zone for the touchdown is a Cutter receiver. Can't see who that was. It was number 0, Eddie Guy, making the touchdown grab. Christensen to Guy, and it is a 6-0 lead for Fort Lee, or for Fairlawn, rather, under 5 minutes to go.
Oh, wait, okay, so Jacob Greenberg is not 10 tonight? He's not. So who's 13 then?
Extra point is taken by Shahinian, so Nick Shahinian doubling not only as a running back, but also a kicker. Gets the extra point. It is 7-0 Fairlawn. And that will lead us to a brief timeout. Not a timeout on the field, but we want to thank our proud sponsors. It's Greek to Me in Fort Lee, Connect One Bank in Fort Lee, The Finest Construction Home Improvement Specialists in Fort Lee, the Fort Lee Soccer Club, the Bergen Black Sox, the Collective Hair Salon in Fort Lee, and Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park. Thank you so much to our Fort Lee Bridgeman Athletics sponsors. Thank you again for tuning in. And once again, it is 7-0 Fairlawn over Fort Lee. Under 5 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Fairlawn will kick off to the Bridgemen. 3 and out for Fort Lee on their first home possession of the year. Fairlawn took a couple tries, but a touchdown pass from Ty Christensen to Eddie Guy. Kicking off here for the Cutters is number 25, Michael Rogan. Receiving the kickoff on a couple bounces is number 3, and that is Amadou Traore. 16-yard return for Traore. There is a flag on the play.
And the stop made by number 40, Robert O'Brien of Fairlawn. With a flag down.
It's a 10-yard penalty on Fort Lee, so they will be backed up, and for the second straight possession, they will start off with not great field position. They'll be at their own 19.
First and 10 at their 19-yard line.
Luke Senator leading the offense out for a second time today. It's a short pass and completion to number 9. That is Josh DeHoyas, the senior. DeHoyas was all over the place last week, 3 carries for 36 yards. He also had 1 reception. DeHoyas is usually a running back, but he had 1 catch last week. It was a 15-yard touchdown reception. And that's an offsides on Fairlawn. Luke Senator went with the, not a hard count, but a hard clap, I guess. And he got the offsides. That should be number 70, Christian Cifuentes. Getting banged for the offsides there. Cifuentes, one of the senior captains for Fairlawn. So it's 1st and 5. See if Fort Lee goes with a run play here. They will indeed, looking for a short gain for the first down. And it looks like Fort Lee has the first down. That's DeHoyas on the carry.
Josh DeHoyos. Picking up 4, setting up 3rd.
It's a 4-yard run, so not a first down. It will be 3rd and 1 from the 28-yard line for the Bridgemen. Still plenty of time for Fort Lee to make something happen here in the first quarter. Man in motion. They toss it back to DeHoyas. DeHoyas is close to the first down. I think he might have gotten stopped at the line of scrimmage. There's also a Bridgman down.
First hit by number 23, Dean Elias.
DeHoyas was short of the first down. The tackle was made for Fairlawn by number 23, Dean Elias. And timeout has been called by the referees as there is a Bridgman down. Want to once again thank our proud sponsors, Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park, the Collective Hair Salon in Fort Lee, the Bergen Black Sox, the Fort Lee Soccer Club, the finest construction home improvement specialists in Fort Lee, Connect One Bank in Fort Lee, and It's Greek to Me in Fort Lee. Thank you to our proud sponsors. Little over 3 minutes to go here in the opening quarter. We should have a 4th down play coming up for Fort Lee deep in their own territory. Right now we are in the middle of an injury timeout with the Fairlawn Cutters leading 7-0. I'm going to step aside briefly. We are back. Official timeout is over. It's going to be 4th and short. Fort Lee is lining up for it. They might just be trying to draw Fairlawn off sides here. They're pretty deep in their own territory. No, they're going for it. Luke Senator, Guy Vickers didn't turn around in time. Miscommunication there by the Fort Lee offense, and it might cost them. Fairlawn will take over at the Fort Lee 28-yard line. So comeback, it was a short run. It was 4th and less than a yard for Fort Lee. Mike Gerst, former offensive coordinator at Wayne Valley for years, that was his job before taking this head coaching job, sends his offense out there for the 4th and short. Luke Senator made a pretty good throw to his tight end, Guy Vickers, and Vickers didn't turn around in time. The throw either wasn't where it was supposed to be, or maybe it was made too early. Clearly miscommunication there somewhere along the lines, and now Fairlawn already up by 7 with a chance to go up by multiple scores deep in Fort Lee territory. Also, the injured Bridgeman, who did walk off the field of his own power, was number 78, Dimitri von der Linden. Here's another rush by Nick Shahinian, and he is cut down by Fort Lee's number 56, Dylan Herrera, with the impressive tackle. No gain on that run for Shahinian. He has one long run so far tonight. That was a short one, no gain. It's 2nd and 10. Fort Lee rushing 4, low throw, cannot be caught.
Christensen's pass is incomplete. Intended for number
I believe Christensen was looking for Zach Argueta on that play. Low throw, defender bearing down on him, and Argueta was unable to haul it in. So it'll be 3rd and 10 from the Fort Lee 28. In the huddle for a long time are the Cutters. Now they're ready on 3rd and 10. Christensen takes a step up, fakes a handoff, steps back, throws, completes it, and getting tackled out of bounds is number 2, Broderick Thompson. Good catch for the senior wide receiver. He is knocked out of bounds about halfway towards the first down mark. Let's see what Fairlawn decides to do here. It would be a pretty deep field goal attempt for a high school kicker. It's also 4th and 6. Even if you don't get it, you would still be pinning Fort Lee pretty deep here, so it looks like the Cutters are going to go for it. Hard count didn't work. And now a timeout is taken by the Cutters. That is their first of the year. There's under 2.5 minutes to go in the opening quarter, and so it looks like when they were unable to get Fort Lee to go off sides, Fairlawn decided they will punt and really pin Fort Lee deep here. Even if Fort Lee would have gone off sides, it still would have been 4th and 1, but obviously when you're deep in your opponent's territory, that is extremely manageable. So Fairlawn is not going to go that route. They will burn a timeout. They will punt, again, deep in Fort Lee territory, and the Bridgemen will be pinned back pretty deep for a 3rd consecutive possession to start things off here. Meanwhile, von der Linden still getting looked at on the sideline. That would be a big loss for the Bridgemen. Not only is he a captain, he is one of their more important linemen, offensive and defensive linemen. We're out of the timeout. Fairlawn is going to go for it. Christensen back to pass, steps up, and he is intercepted. Ty Christensen picked off. That was number 10, Ron Leposki. Ron Leposki, the wide receiver, also a defensive back, and he comes up with the INT there. First interception of the year for Christensen. Fort Lee will take over pretty deep in their own territory. They will be at their own 31. Luke Senator back to pass, and his pass is batted out of the air. Tried to just sort of soft toss it over a defensive lineman, and he was unable to. That was number 62, defensive end, actually, Nicholas Palestini getting in there. Pass breakup by Palestini. It'll be 2nd and 10 from the 31-yard line. This time it's going to be a handoff. De Hoyos rolling to his left for a very short gain. I actually think he lost yardage on that play. Fort Lee putting up 42 points last week on the road. This week, early on in their first game at home, they have not looked crisp offensively. 3rd and 11 from the 30-yard line. Senator back to pass. Going fairly deep, and Vickers is once again unable to make the play. There was a defender in the area. It was number 57, Antonio Jimenez. I don't know how much his presence threw Vickers off, but that is the 2nd time he has been targeted tonight, 2nd time that he and Senator have been unable to connect. Fort Lee will have to punt here. It'll be Tabaku for the 2nd time tonight. There was also a turnover on downs for Fort Lee. Decent kick for Tabaku. Eddie Guy did not call for a fair catch, so he gets blown up after making the play. Couple Bridgemen popped him, including number 20, Christian Bruton. It'll be a 29-yard punt for Tabaku. He is averaging 28 yards on his 2 punts so far, and Fairlawn will have it after the gain of 0 yards at their own 41-yard line. Ty Christensen and crew will take over. Already a 4th possession of the game for the Cutters here in the first quarter. Christensen has a touchdown pass and an interception. Here he's going to hand things off. Shahinian gets cut down by Leposki. You will notice when we're under a minute to go, the clock will look normally, so you can see the exact time on the clock. Under 50 seconds to go here in the first quarter of the season for the Fairlawn Cutters. Been a decent one so far. Not great offense, but a couple big plays do have them up on the Bridgemen 7-0 as we approach the final half minute of play here in the first quarter. 2nd and 7 from the 44. Christensen to pass, and his pass is short. He was looking for Guy, but not officially getting a breakup on that play, but certainly affecting the play was number 58, Fort Lee defensive lineman Aiden Suh. Clock stops with 16.7 seconds remaining, so we have time for at least one more play here in the first quarter. And if it's not a first down, we might wind up with enough time for a punt or a 4th down play. We'll just have to wait and see. Cutters come out of the huddle. Man in motion. They hand it off to him. And it is a first down run for number 86, Zach Argueta. He was tackled inbounds. They stopped the clock for the spot. Clock is now running, and so that first down run for Argueta should be how the first quarter ends. Fort Lee with 3 pretty lackluster offensive possessions. They also lose senior captain Dimitri von der Linden to an injury. After 1 quarter of play, they trail the Fairlawn Cutters 7-0. We want to thank our proud Fort Lee Bridgeman Athletics sponsors. It's Greek to Me in Fort Lee. Connect One Bank, a better place to be in Fort Lee, New Jersey. The finest construction home improvement specialists in Fort Lee, the Fort Lee Soccer Club, the Bergen Black Sox Amateur Baseball League team, the Collective Hair Salon in Fort Lee, and Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park. Thank you so much to our proud sponsors, and I am Tommy Aquilina saying thank you so much for joining us here on a Friday night. You could be doing so many other things, but really, what better way than to spend your time on YouTube watching the Fort Lee Bridgman Athletics, specifically the football team. Off to a good start, 1-0 on the season, also 0-0 in division. This is not only Fort Lee's first home game of the year, it is their first divisional matchup. Fort Lee is 1-0. Ridgefield Park is 0-1, and then looking at the rest of the Ivy Red Division, playing their first game of the year tonight is Fairlawn, and then you also have Bergen Tech, Demarest, Indian Hills, and Tenafly. Those are the teams in the SFC Ivy Red Division. Right now, it is 1st and 10 for Fairlawn. The field has flipped. They are in Fort Lee territory. They fake a handoff. Pass is completed. That's Eddie Guy. Eddie Guy avoids a tackle. Eddie Guy running down the sideline, avoiding more tackles, and finally getting taken down inside the red zone.
From Ty Christensen, and takes it into Bridgman territory.
You can already tell who the big playmakers are for Fairlawn. This was also the case last year, if you remember that game. It's Eddie Guy and Nick Shahinian, and they are both very explosive players for the Cutters. Not even 30 seconds into the second quarter here, and already the Cutters are inside the 20-yard line. They're actually at the 14 of Fort Lee already. Only scored 10 points here at the Sugarman Sport Complex last year, hoping to outdo themselves already tonight. It's a handoff, and it's a fumble. Nick Shahinian lost the ball, so that is a fumble. It was not Shahinian who recovered it, but one of the Cutters did. So Fairlawn maintains possession. It'll be 2nd and long, I believe, from the 15-yard line. Or no, it's from the 10-yard line. I apologize. So even with Shahinian losing the ball, Fairlawn does gain 4 yards on that play. 2nd and 6 from the 10. They can get a first down without scoring. Christensen on the QB draw. Should have just about enough for the first down. It looks like they're not going to give Christensen the first down. It will be 3rd and a very short 1. I wonder if they give it back to Christensen. He needs less than a yard for the first down here. He does take it himself. He has that yard he needed. It will be 1st and goal for the Cutters. The Fort Lee offense has not been great. The Fairlawn offense hasn't been great either. They're certainly not imposing their will on the Bridgman defense, but they've been able to move the ball a lot better than the Bridgman so far tonight. They've had a couple big plays. They've also been able to get some down and dirty first downs, like the one they just got, and now they are set up at the Fort Lee 2-yard line. They've also already eaten almost the first 3 minutes of the second quarter off the clock. Once again, it's a QB draw. Christensen is in there for the touchdown.
Ty Christensen, number 3, takes it on a lead draw for the touchdown from 2 yards.
13-0 Fairlawn here at Fort Lee, and Ty Christensen now has a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown. The point after attempt will see Christensen hold it for Shahinian. Shahinian 1 for 1 in points after so far tonight. Make it 2 for 2. It's 14-0 Fairlawn with a little less than 3 minutes gone by here in the second quarter. So Fort Lee needs to get something going offensively. Mentioned they are now in the Mike Gerst era. Gerst coaching in his second game as Fort Lee head coach. He was the offensive coordinator for multiple seasons at Wayne Valley High School in Wayne. Now he's the head coach for Fort Lee, replacing Charles Salame. Gerst already got his first win as Fort Lee head coach out of the way, looking for his first home win tonight, but somewhat paradoxically, his offense has not looked great thus far. They did lose a lot of dynamic players from last year, but Luke Senator is a junior now, and there are also some talented players on this Fort Lee roster. They put up 42 points last week at Memorial. So far, they have not looked great offensively here in their first game of September. And right now, Fairlawn is having a hard time getting the ball set up on the kickoff tee. But once they do, Fort Lee will take over offensively for the first time here in the second quarter. They can't get it set up, so the ball will be held for Fort Lee by number 40, Robert O'Brien. The kick is made, and handling it and getting tackled is number 21, C.J. Senator. Tackle made by Fairlawn, number 14, Ryan Duncan. So C.J. Senator, younger brother of Luke, handles the kickoff. Ryan Duncan makes the tackle, and Fort Lee will begin this drive at their own 34-yard line. This is one of the better starting spots for the Bridgemen so far tonight. CJ's older brother, Luke, faking the handoff. Now looking to go deep. He airs it out for Balbuena, and Jalen Balbuena can't bring it in. He had two defenders beat. If he hauls that in, it's a sure touchdown. And Balbuena could not make the grab. Perfect throw by Luke Senator. Really dropped it in the breadbasket. Balbuena quite simply has to catch that. He had 6 receptions last week for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. Almost had his 3rd touchdown of the year. It'll be 3rd and 10 for the Bridgemen. 2nd and 10, I lied, I apologize. 2nd and 10 from their own 34. Senator faking the handoff. He's got Guy Vickers, first time they've connected today, and it takes multiple cutters to drag down the vertically gifted Guy Vickers. It's going to be a 6-yard catch for Vickers, 3rd and 4 coming up for the Bridgemen. Man, that throw was so good. Luke Senator might still want to put that on his highlight reel, even though the catch wasn't made. A decision for a later time. Right now, it is 3rd and 4. Fort Lee at their own 40, and time is taken by Mike Gerst. 1 timeout gone for Fairlawn. This is the first timeout taken by the Bridgemen. There's under 8.5 minutes to go in the second quarter, and Fairlawn leads 14-0. Teams are retaking the field now after Fort Lee's first timeout of the night. It is 3rd and 4 for Fort Lee at their own 40-yard line. They're trying to get something going offensively here. Official time on the clock is 8:08. It's a heartbreak for all you Kanye West fans out there. Fairlawn stacking the box. They bring the rush. Pass completed to Jalen Balbuena. That's an impressive catch. He should have the first down, and he does. They're moving the chains. Jalen Balbuena not quite making up for the drop. That would have been a sure touchdown. But with a defender all over him, he makes the first down grab. First down for Fort Lee at their own 45-yard line. Senator shoveling it to De Hoyos. Not much room for De Hoyos to go. That should wind up being a catch of, let's say 2. Tackle made there by Fairlawn, number 57, Antonio Jimenez. Was officially a 2-yard grab, so 2nd and 8 for the Bridgemen. Senator to Balbuena again. Balbuena breaks a tackle. He's past the 50. He's down the sideline to the 10, to the house for the touchdown. Jalen Balbuena gets that touchdown, his 3rd of the year, and Fort Lee is on the board. It's 14-6. Jalen Balbuena dropping a sure touchdown pass. Doesn't go in the doghouse. He actually makes a huge 3rd down grab for the first, and then a 53-yard catch and run touchdown. On for the extra point is Tabaku. Ball will be held by number 28, Dante Severiano. Kick is good. It was a little low, but it counts. Extra point is good for Alteo Tabaku. And it's a 14-7 game here in Fort Lee. Here in the second game of the season. That is Luke Senator's 5th touchdown pass, and that is Jalen Balbuena's 3rd touchdown reception of the year already. So for the, I guess, second time tonight after the opening kickoff, the Bridgemen will be kicking off here. There's kind of a couple players back to receive for the Cutters, one of whom is Nick Shahinian. Tabaku kicking off. Good kick. It's going to be a touchback or close to it. No, it's not. Ball doesn't find the end zone. It is picked up by Eddie Guy, and honestly, Guy made the most out of really not a lot there. That could have gone very poorly. Ball was deep, not getting to the end zone. Multiple Bridgeman defenders in the area, and Guy turns it into something. The Cutters will take over at their own 13-yard line. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a game. 14-7 Fairlawn. The Cutters now with possession and more than 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the second quarter. Also, don't forget, the Bridgemen deferred after winning the toss, so they will receive the second half kickoff. Christensen pitches it back to Shahinian. Shahinian is tripped up. Oh, if he didn't get taken down there, he could have gone for a long run, but he didn't. Number 7, Frank Vizerdo, tripping up Shahinian.
6-yard gain, 2nd and 4 for Fairlawn.
Gain of 6 on that play for Fairlawn, so it will be 2nd and 4 from their own 19-yard line. Just under 6.5 to play in the second quarter. Fairlawn going in the huddle and taking their time calling plays, a lot more than Fort Lee in the early going tonight. Couple players move over, including 86, Argueta. They're going to run it off. It's going to be Guy. Guy has a first down, and he is pushed out of bounds at the 32-yard line.
13-yard pickup up to the 32. First down, Fairlawn.
That's a 13-yard run for Fairlawn. Their numbers look similar on the jersey. Nick Shahinian is a running back. Eddie Guy, number 0, is a wide receiver. Both in their senior year of high school and looking to get the Cutters off on the right foot, trying to win their first game of the season. They were in the Ivy Red division last year, by the way. Fort Lee was in the Ivy White, so this is their second game in the Ivy Red division. They fake the handoff. Now they're going to pass it to Shahinian. He makes the catch. He avoids a couple tackles, and now he is taken down by Vizerto and number 55. That's Cyrus Wilkins.
Stop made by 7, Frank Vizerto. And 55, Cyrus Wilkins. Second down.
More than halfway through the second quarter, Christensen coming onto the field and joining the huddle now for the Cutters. Second down and 2 as they look to get out of their own territory. Fort Lee getting on the board with a 53-yard touchdown catch by Jalen Balbuena. Now Fairlawn trying to answer. Christensen taking it himself and running into a sea of black. That's going to be an incredibly short gain. He will gain at least 1 yard on the play. No, he really won't.
Stop made by 56, Dylan Herrera. First and 10 at the 43 of Fairlawn.
I thought it was third down. I'm not seeing a number on the sideline. Clock says it's first and 10 from the 43, so let's go with that. Christensen back to pass. He has his man, and the tackle is made right by the sideline. I think Guy was tackled inbounds. It was Guy making the catch, Balbuena making the tackle for the Bridgeman. So now it's 2nd and 2. Fairlawn has gotten into Fort Lee territory. They're at the Fort Lee 49. They need to get to the 47 for a first down. Clock still running. We are approaching the 4-minute mark of the second quarter. Both teams have 2 timeouts remaining here in the first half. Fake handoff. Pass. It's Guy. And Guy is tackled out of bounds. Short of the first down. I believe once again we had Guy making the catch and getting tackled by Balbuena. That's officially going to be a 0-yard reception. They have set the ball up again on the 49. So it's 3rd down and 2. A stop here would be huge for Fort Lee. They would have plenty of time to try and tie this game up. Or honestly, they're in Fort Lee territory now. Fairlawn could totally go for it on 4th and short. They hand it off here to Guy. Guy has a first down and a lot more than that. That's actually Shahinian. And he gets tackled by Vizerto, but he is at or maybe inside of the 20-yard line. That is the 2nd or 3rd big run play of the night for Nick Shahinian, and he is, in fact, in the red zone. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 18 for the Cutters. So Fairlawn inside the huddle, getting out of it now. They're inside the red zone. We are inside of 3 minutes to go in the first half. Plenty of time for Fairlawn to retake a 2-score lead. They fake the handoff to Shahinian. Christensen goes the other way. Christensen gets tripped up. Nice tackle right there by Fort Lee number 23. That was Elijah George. First time we've called out the linebacker's name. even getting tripped up by George. That was a first down run for Christensen. It's actually 1st and goal now from the 3. So kind of as expected, Guy Shahinian and Ty Christensen have led the offense for the Cutters. Christensen has a passing touchdown and a rushing touchdown. Right now, setting up in the quarterback spot was number 44, Ali Palomar, and Shahinian. It is, in fact, a touchdown run for the Cutters. They wound up snapping it right to Shahinian, and he ran in the 3 yards for the score. So a Christensen to Guy touchdown pass made it 7-0. A Christensen run made it 14-0. Now the Shahinian 3-yard run makes it 20-7 Fairlawn. And now, after scoring 6 points, Shahinian will look to add a 7th on the point after. Flag on the play. It's a false start against the Cutters, so they'll back them up 5 yards, and then Shahinian will reattempt the point after. He's 2 for 2 so far tonight. He did miss that one, but again, because of the penalty, it doesn't matter. Trying to make it 21-7. And he misses it. Wide right. So Shahinian, 2 out of 3 on extra points as the kicker, but he now has his first touchdown run of the season, and the Cutters lead the Bridgmen 20-7 with under 2 minutes to go in the first half.
Supporting our student athletes. Balbuena's back, 3 and 4 back. Active to receive 3, Amadou Traore, 4, Jaden Balbuena. Kickoff by 25, Michael Rogan.
The kickoff by number 25 of Fairlawn, Michael Rogan. Very short kick. And Fort Lee will recover. Oh, boy. Things could have gotten really interesting there. Falling on it was number 24, Caleb Park. Honestly, when the ball didn't reach him, he probably should have let one of the Fort Lee or one of the Fairlawn defenders grab it. But Park does fall on it. I guess that's a 0-yard kickoff return. And so Fort Lee will take over at their own 34-yard line. Let's call it their own 33-yard line. 1st and 10 from the 33. Fort Lee taking over. Luke Senator has a man next to him. He's not going to give it to him. He's back to pass. He's going to air it out. Vickers off his fingertips. Throw was a little high. Vickers is very tall. He definitely could have hauled that one in. Instead, the pass is incomplete. So it'll be 2nd and 10 from the Fort Lee 33. They still have plenty of time, over 1 minute and 40 seconds plus 2 timeouts to make something happen here. And they'll get the second half kickoff. So they're certainly not out of this one yet. Senator once again with De Hoyos to his left. Hard count. Got his own team that time. Fairlawn did go offsides once. This time it's a 5-yard false start penalty against the Bridgmen. They'll back up. It'll be 1st and 15 from their own 28. Looks like 4 receivers set here for the Bridgmen. Senator backing up. He feels the pressure, steps up, launches it. Balbuena makes this grab. He's got his defenders beat, and Jalen Balbuena, for the 2nd week in a row, has a 2-touchdown game. It's a 72-yard reception. Luke Senator to Jalen Balbuena. And Fort Lee will look to make it a 20-14 game.
Fairlawn leads 20-13.
Now for Fort Lee, we have Dante Severiano on the hold for this extra point. Very high. He just picks it up. And he wound up throwing the ball. That was a very weird play. He threw it. It was caught by Fairlawn's number 57, Antonio Jimenez. All you need to know is there was no extra point attempted. It is 20-13. So Fairlawn 2 out of 3 on their points after. Fort Lee 1 out of 2. It's still a 7-point game. 20-13 in favor of the Cutters. Less than 90 seconds to play here in the first half. Very exciting play, though. Specifically, Luke Senator and Jalen Balbuena. A 53-yard catch and score to get the Bridgemen on the board. That time, Jalen Balbuena beat the defense for a second time and hauls in a 72-yard run. Also, don't forget Luke Senator avoiding the pressure, stepping up and not getting hit. That was a really good play all around. Fairlawn will get another possession here in the first half. That was Shahinian on the return. And Shahinian was tackled by number 5, Matt Kim. 15-yard return for Shahinian. So it is 1st and 10 for the Cutters at their own 22-yard line. They still lead by 7, and the Cutters also have plenty of time to work with here in the first half. 1 minute, 20 seconds, plus they have 2 timeouts. Christensen fakes the handoff to Shahinian, passes it, and the catch is made by Guy. He avoids a tackle, does eventually get taken down by Balbuena. Leposki unable to take Guy down there. Balbuena was the man initially covering him, so he makes the tackle. Fresh set of downs for the Cutters. Still just over a minute to go here in the first half. Christensen stepping up. He's going to run this one himself. Avoids the tackle by Leposki. Balbuena spins him around, and eventually Christensen is wrestled down by multiple Bridgemen, including Vickers. Timeout taken by the Cutters. That is their second of the half. 45.3 seconds remaining here in the second quarter. Overall, a lot to be happy about for Mike Gerst, but he probably will have some words to say for his Fort Lee team. They've battled, though, and if they don't allow a score here, they can go into the half down just 1 score. And given the dropped catch by Balbuena, given Dimitri van der Linden probably not returning tonight, and given the rough start offensively for the Bridgemen, not bad, all things considered. They are very much in this football game. Meanwhile, van der Linden is on crutches, so I don't think you will see the Fort Lee captain, one of their captains, come back this evening. So, all right, second timeout for the Cutters over. 2nd and 2 from their own 43-yard line with about 45 seconds remaining in the half. That's Shahinian running up the gut for another first down. He is into Fort Lee territory, and it looks like Fairlawn doesn't want to burn that final timeout yet. And they don't have to. Mike Gerst is going to take a timeout. That is Fort Lee's second time out of the half, and it stops the clock with 38.9 seconds remaining. So interesting, Mike Gerst figuring that his team was a little out of whack there. He stops the clock. Fairlawn will have a 1st and 10 from the Fort Lee 38. Already it's certainly been a better outing than when these teams met up last year for the Cutters. Fairlawn got embarrassed 45-10 in the NJSIAA crossover game. Tonight they have more than held their own, leading this one 20-13 and looking for more here in the final minute of the first half. They still have a timeout to play with. Christensen with pressure. That's a low throw. It is caught by Guy. He avoids a tackle. He avoids another tackle, breaking all kinds of tackles, but staying with that one was Fort Lee number 11, Azel Orta. Strong tackle for Orta. He really would not let Guy go. It is a first down, though, for the Cutters. They have over 20 seconds to work with. They're not taking their final timeout. Christensen passing it. It's caught by Guy. Couple Bridgman, now a third. Take down Eddie Guy. And now I do believe Brendan Wallace will have to use that final timeout. Wallace does take a timeout. 7.6 seconds remaining on the clock. Fairlawn should have time for at least one more play, maybe a second play. One more time here in the first half. Want to thank our proud sponsors. It's Greek to Me, Connect One Bank, The Finest Construction Home Improvement Specialists, The Collective Hair Salon, all in Fort Lee. Also, Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park, the Fort Lee Soccer Club, and the Bergen Black Sox. Thank you to our proud sponsors. Thank you for tuning in to a good high school football matchup. An Ivy League, no, a Super Football Conference Ivy Red divisional matchup between the Fairlawn Cutters and the Fort Lee Bridgmen. Fairlawn up 20-13, looking for more. They've also added slightly more time to the clock. 8 full seconds for the Cutters to work with. Christensen stuffed on that pass. Guy Vickers ate up that pass attempt. So a PB, pass breakup for Vickers on his stat sheet. 4.4 seconds remaining. So probably time for one more play for the Cutters. Obviously, you're going to go to the end zone here on what should be the final play of the first half. Looks like 4 receivers lining up for the Cutters. Christensen to the end zone. Passes caught for the touchdown right as the half ends. That's Anthony Gentili, the sophomore wide receiver, making the touchdown grab on technically the final play of the first half. Fairlawn will be grandfathered in the extra point attempt here. Shahinian is 2 for 3 so far. Low snap, Shahinian gets the kickoff anyway. Ty Christensen impressively got the ball in position. Shahinian makes the catch. He is 3 for 4 on points after, and after 24 minutes of play, the Fairlawn Cutters lead this one 27-13. I will step aside, but after halftime, we should be in for a good second half between Fairlawn and Fort Lee. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Or if you never left the broadcast season, their first home game of the year, and after 24 minutes of play, they trail their now division rival, Fairlawn Cutters, 27-13. 24 minutes of football still to go. Fort Lee deferred after winning the kickoff, or the coin toss rather, so humble, but the Cutters did not lose it. He has a touchdown run. He's also their kicker. He has 3 out of 4 in extra point attempts. He and Eddie Guy have been all over the place tonight, leading the Cutter offense. Meanwhile, senior quarterback Ty Christensen has 2 touchdown passes, 1 rushing touchdown of his own. He does have an interception. For Fort Lee, both of their touchdowns came on long receptions by Jalen Balbuena. The senior receiver for Fort Lee had 2 touchdown catches last week. This year, or at least this week, a 53-yard catch and run, also a 72-yard touchdown grab. So he is having a massive game, his second straight week with over 100 receiving yards, or 100 or more. He had exactly 100 last week, and multiple touchdown receptions. Now Balbuena, quarterback Luke Senator and company out there at their own 25-yard line for their first possession of the second half here at home. Senator rolling to his right, throwing on the run. He has his man wide open, and getting the first down is number 11, Azel Orta.
First down, Fort Lee. Run out of bounds by 23, Dean Elias.
Dean Elias there on the tackle for Fairlawn. Orta with the first down grab, and Fort Lee already past their own 40-yard line. Senator fakes a pass back. He will take it himself. That is a short gain. Looks like it's a gain of about 1 for the junior quarterback. Should be 2nd and 9 from the Fort Lee 43. Eligible receivers all bunched up on that last formation. Senator going to go the other way. He doesn't have his man. He was looking for Balbuena again. Senator and Balbuena like to go for the home run ball. That was probably the 3rd time they've tried it. They are 1 out of 3. Of course, the one time they did connect, it was a 72-yard touchdown grab. There it's an incompletion, so it'll be 3rd and 9 for the Bridgemen at their own 43-yard line. Balbuena now back on the right side of the line of scrimmage. Let's see what Coach Mike Gerst has drawn up here on this 3rd down and 9 play. Former Wayne Valley offensive coordinator, looking for his first home win as head coach of the Bridgemen. They are 1-0 on the season. Luke Senator going deep again. Balbuena down the sideline. He makes the grab. Wasn't sure if he got a foot in bounds. Referee was right there and said he did, so it is a long hookup once more. Senator and Balbuena. Deep in Fairlawn territory. Fort Lee goes from their own 43 to the Fairlawn 24. Senator with De Hoyos next to him, faked it to him. Yeah, that felt a little off. It is a false start on the Bridgemen. Not really what you want after getting into enemy territory, but still good field position. It'll be 1st and 15 at the Fairlawn 29. Fort Lee looking to make this a 1-possession game again. De Hoyos remains in the backfield here on 1st and 15. Senator steps out of the pressure, gets a throw off, and it's intercepted. Flag is down, wasn't thrown down until after the pick was made, and now running it back the other way for Fairlawn is number 23. That's Dean Elias. Dean Elias is into the end zone. Let's see who that flag was thrown against.
Luke Senator's pass is intercepted by 23, Dean Elias. And a return for a touchdown. There are flags down on the play.
The referees are discussing now. Without flags, it's a pick 6 for Dean Elias. Let's see what the call is. Oh, that's a big break for the Bridgemen. That's actually a gigantic break for the Fort Lee Bridgemen. So the penalty came before the pass was made, so forget the incompletion, forget the interception. Fort Lee will hold on to possession, and they actually should get better field positioning here. It was 1st and 15 at the 29. It's going to wind up as a 10-yard penalty and an automatic first down. So instead of being 1st and 15, it will now be 1st and 5 from the Fairlawn 19-yard line. So they gain 10 yards on the field and in terms of the down. And now the Bridgemen are set up. They were also given a gift of an opportunity here. They can't waste it. Brendan Wallace will make a substitution. You just saw number 74, Jaden Fackeltad, running off the field. Oh, now multiple players going onto and off the field. Oh my God, like wholesale changes for the Cutters. Again, it'll be 1st and 5 for Fort Lee at the 19-yard line. A very helter-skelter second half here at the Sugarman Sport Complex. We're not even a minute and a half in. So Luke Senator officially has still not thrown an interception this year. Let's see if they hand off. No, he's going to throw it again. He's going to go for the end zone again, and that pass was too far out of the reach of Orta. Had Orta made that catch, I still don't think he would have been in bounds, but it's still just 2nd and 15 for the Bridgemen, or 2nd and 5, I mean, for the Bridgemen. Eligible receivers for Fort Lee now appear to be Orta, Vickers, Balbuena, and Jacob Greenberg. It's going to be Senator taking it himself. It's a 4-yard run for Luke Senator, setting up 3rd and short. Haven't called number 13, Jacob Greenberg's number, too many times tonight. He is the other primary tight end along with Vickers. They're saying officially that it's 3rd and 2 for the Bridgemen. Again, after that nullified pick 6, you really feel like you have to score here if you're Fort Lee, especially down by 2 touchdowns. Senator, short pass to Balbuena. He's got to make something happen, and he falls down trying to avoid the tackle. He is short of the first down. The turf monster got Balbuena before the Fairlawn defenders could, and now it is decision time for head coach Mike Gerst. Do you leave your offense out there? Do you try to pin Fairlawn? Do you maybe go for a field goal attempt? Lots of decisions, or lots of options, I really should say. One decision to make on what is being called 4th and 1. Looks like they're going to go for it. Trying to draw Fairlawn off sides. It doesn't work. The Cutters have been pretty disciplined tonight. Senator getting the instructions from the sideline. And now we have a whistle. It will be Gerst taking a timeout. You figure they're not just going to go for it if they take a timeout here. They're going to change their decision a little bit. I guess we'll see what happens. Either way, it is an early timeout for Mike Gerst. So not quite 3 minutes into the second half, and the Bridgemen are already down to 2 timeouts. Again, it's 4th and 1 from the 15 and a 2-touchdown deficit for the Bridgemen, who are 1-0 on the season. These teams both did pretty well last year. Under Charles Salame, Fort Lee went 7-2 and 4-2 in the Ivy White division. Fairlawn, like I said, was still in the Ivy Red last year. They went 4-2 in division as well, and even with the loss to Fort Lee, they finished the year 6-3. Now, what do the Bridgemen do here? Senator still looking at the sideline. They just came out of a timeout. He should know what he's got to do here. Now running onto the field is number 5, Matt Kim. They didn't have enough men on offense. Now they do, though. And I think that was a false start. That's a killer. It is, in fact, a Fort Lee false start, and that's coming out of the timeout. So now on 4th and 6, you're probably going to punt here. Unless you really trust your kicker, who in this case would be number 88, Shawnee Viner. Mike Gerst says, forget about it. We're still going to go for it on 4th and 6. Senator drops the snap, picks the snap up, pass is almost intercepted. That was Dean Elias again. He stepped in front of Vickers. It's a turnover on downs. Second time tonight that has happened. So Fort Lee avoids the interception and return by Elias, but ultimately they turn the ball over on downs. Really, you got to feel like that's a wasted opportunity for Fort Lee. And now it's Fairlawn ball. 3 minutes already gone by here in the second half. Up by 2 scores. And if you put a touchdown together here with their current field positioning, that would really allow the Cutters to step on the throats of the Bridgemen. 1st and 10 for the Cutters at the Bridgemen 19. It's a handoff. Shahinian, short gain.
Number 9, Nick Shahinian. Picks up 4 on first.
Now that we're in the second half and still a multi-possession lead for the Cutters, you're probably going to see Shahinian run the ball a lot. Probably going to be a lot of running plays specifically designed for Shahinian. Christensen can sling it, though. He could also take it himself. We have another flag. A lot of sloppy play here in the second half, certainly relative to the first half. And it's another flag going against Fort Lee. Going to be 2nd and 2 for the Cutters at their own 27-yard line. Christensen will, in fact, run it himself on this play. Fort Lee struggling to take him down. Eventually, Christensen is wrestled down by number 6, Jaden Cushney.
Stop made by Fort Lee's number 6, Jaden Cushney. First down, Cutters.
It's now going to be 1st and 10 from the 38. So that's an 11-yard carry for Christensen, who has had himself a solid night. He does have the interception, but 2 passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown, and he's also done a really good job as the holder on extra points. Fort Lee bringing the pressure. Christensen keeping it, and he is tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Cushney got in there for Fort Lee, along with number 58, Aiden Suh. So after the 11-yard run for Christensen, Fort Lee ran a blitz, and it is a 0-yard run. Still 2nd and 10, or now 2nd and 10 from the 38. More than 5 minutes gone by here in the third quarter. Fairlawn already leading by 2 touchdowns. Christensen hands it off. Trying unsuccessfully to bounce to the outside was number 2, Broderick Thompson, the wide receiver. They're going to give Thompson a couple yards. So it'll be 3rd and 8 from the 40. This is a much bigger third down play for Fort Lee than it is for Fairlawn. Now it's Shahinian in the backfield with Christensen. Christensen to pass on 3rd down. Avoids the pressure. Gets the throw off. Caught by Argueta. And multiple Bridgemen prevent Zach Argueta from going anywhere. Big 3rd down stop for the Bridgemen.
Stop made by 7, Frank Fraserdo. Short of the first down.
It's 4th and 3. The Fairlawn offense is still out there. Mentioned this is an opportunity for Brendan Wallace's squad to really step on the throats of the Bridgemen. Almost in Fort Lee territory. It looks like they're going to go for it here on what is being called 4th and a long 2. We're more than halfway through the third quarter. Christensen will take it himself. Ty Christensen has the first down. He's into Fort Lee territory. That's a backbreaker for the Bridgemen. Christensen can beat you with his arm. He can beat you with his legs.
Stop made by 11, Azel Orta for the Bridgemen. 10-yard gain, 1st and 10. Pick up of 10.
That's officially going to be a 10-yard gain, bringing the Cutters to the Fort Lee 44-yard line. Make that the Fort Lee 44. Clock really starting to benefit Fairlawn. More than halfway through the third quarter. They have all 3 of their timeouts as well, and they love those long huddle sets to pick up a play. Christensen gets popped. He does get the throw off. It was almost intercepted by number 3, Amadou Traore, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this is a football game, so 2nd down. Really no harm, no foul for Fairlawn. That would have been a big turnover. Fort Lee kind of needs a turnover here at this point of the game. Handoff to Shahinian here. A little bit of a second burst there for the senior running back. He is close to a first down. Not quite there, so another 3rd down opportunity. Although at this point, in Fort Lee territory, you have to figure Fairlawn is going for it on 4th down. It's 3rd and 3 right now. Christensen keeping it himself, and once again, Ty Christensen has himself a rushing first down. They're going to say he was down at the 32-yard line. That's a couple more yards than he needed. So another first down for Fairlawn. We're also now more than 8 minutes into this third quarter. Pretty lengthy possession for Fort Lee. They came up empty. Now Fairlawn really taking their time here. Mike Gerst makes a substitution as number 57, Colin Suh, takes the field. Handoff here to Shahinian. Runs right up the gut before being tripped by Orta.
Stop made by 11, Azel Orta.
It was another first down on that play, so back-to-back first downs on runs by Christensen and Shahinian. Now, 1st and 10 for Fairlawn at the Fort Lee 21. There's a cutter who is down, and it is Nick Shahinian. This will give us an opportunity to thank our proud sponsors. It's Greek to Me in Fort Lee. Connect One Bank in Fort Lee. The Finest Construction Home Improvement Specialists in Fort Lee. The Fort Lee Soccer Club. The Bergen Black Sox. The Collective in Fort Lee. And Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park. Meanwhile, Shahinian has gotten back to his feet. He's actually back to the sideline. He will have to sit out at least one play, but it looks like he is no worse for wear. So again, 1st and 10 for Fairlawn at the Fort Lee 21, looking to really take control of this football game. 27-13 at the half. That is still the score with more than less than 4 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Four receiver set. Christensen rolls to his left. He has one receiver there. It's Guy. Guy unable to get free from his man. Christensen also did take a shot from Colin Suh. They acknowledge each other after the play. No hard feelings there. Second and 10 now for Fairlawn. Another lengthy huddle for the Cutters. Right now in the backfield with Christensen is number 32, Kevin Asadurian. Christensen on the keeper there. Short run, so it will bring up third down yet again on this drive. A member of Fort Lee is a little slow to get up. By the way, number 32 is Kevin Asadurian for Fort Lee. In the backfield with Christensen on that last play for Fairlawn was number 32, Diego Santana, the senior running back for the Cutters. As I said, Christensen kept it himself on that one. And after that run, it is 3rd and 3 for Fairlawn. A very extended drive here in the third quarter. Both teams have only had the football once, and we're more than 8 minutes in here in the third quarter. The Fort Lee player has gotten to his feet. He will come out of the game, as he has to, after an injury timeout, walk off under his own power. That's number 50, Aiden Kim. So here we go, 3rd and 3 at the Fort Lee 14. It is still Santana in the backfield for Fairlawn. Christensen will not pitch it to him. He'll keep it himself. Hit by a couple Bridgemen. Flag down. It's an offensive penalty against Fairlawn. I think we're going to have another third down play here. Whatever down it is, Nick Shahinian has come back onto the field and will be a part of this play.
It'll be 3rd and 13.
It's a 10-yard penalty going against the Cutters, so it will be 3rd down and 13 from the Fort Lee 24. Even if Fairlawn does wind up attempting a field goal, a stop here would be huge for the Bridgemen. Time is starting to be a real issue. Under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter, already down multiple scores. With Argueta in motion, Christensen hands it to him. Argueta still on his feet. A Bridgeman came up with the ball. Let's see what the call is here from the referees. Right now, it is number 3, Traore of Fort Lee, holding the football. The refs are discussing. Argueta was not down on contact. He was breaking tackles. He was moving forward. Where did his forward progress end, and when did he lose the ball? A lot going on here after the most recent third down play. A member of Fort Lee is down. We got to know whose ball it is, if it's Fairlawn ball, what down is it. Oh, I guess it would be 4th down in that instance, or did they get the... Let's see. It's a turnover. Bridgeman football. So Argueta will get banged for a fumble, and I guess the fumble recovery was Amadou Traore. The wide receiver and defensive back comes up with the fumble recovery. I said Fort Lee really needed a turnover. They get a turnover. There is an injured member of Fort Lee, but when this injury timeout ends, the Bridgemen will take over on offense. They will have less than a minute and a half to work with and a 14-point deficit in the third quarter. Of course, there's still the whole fourth to play. And Fort Lee is already down to 2 timeouts. I'm going to step aside briefly for this injury timeout. So the injured Bridgman is number 57, Colin Zuh. He's the guy who just popped Christensen a couple plays ago. He will now come out of the game. On the bright side for Fort Lee, they took over. It's a turnover. Amadou Traore picking up the fumble after Zach Argueta lost it, literally, I think just ripping it out of his hands. So with under 90 seconds to play in the third quarter, Fort Lee takes over. And we have a pass completed to Guy Vickers. Vickers breaks a tackle, and he finally gets tripped up by number 7, Anthony Gentili. A long reception for the tall Fort Lee tight end. And he takes it from deep into Fort Lee territory into Fairlawn territory. Vickers had multiple catches last week. That was a 46-yard reception, and now Fort Lee has something to work with here. First and 10 at the Fairlawn 42-yard line, maybe the 41.5-yard line. More than a minute to play, and now coach is on the field telling Fort Lee what to do. We have a timeout here. We have an injury timeout. There's a cutter down, so no timeout taken by Fort Lee. They still have 2. It's going to be a short injury timeout, though. That was actually Gentili who just made that tackle. Slow to get up. He goes to the sideline now. He'll have to sit out this play. But again, first and 10 for Fort Lee at the Fairlawn 42. With the clock and the game going the way it's going, Fort Lee basically needs to score a touchdown here. Senator backing up, rolling to his right, looking for a man, throwing on the run. It's Balbuena. Did the receiver get in his way? Referee says no. Fort Lee coaches and fans are not happy about it, but that will be an incomplete pass with Balbuena, the intended target. Zach Argueta, after the fumble, making up for it by not allowing that pass to be caught and, at least officially speaking, not committing a penalty. Second and 10 from the Fairlawn 42. You see we're now under a minute. We're actually at 49.5 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Oh, someone moved early. It was someone on Fort Lee. One of their linemen, so it'll be second and 15 from the 47. Fort Lee going in the wrong direction here. On second and 15, they fake the handoff to De Hoyos. Now with a man in his face, Senator gets a pass off, and it cannot be caught. Balbuena was the intended target. He might have heard footsteps behind him, indicating that Fairlawn defenders were on their way, and he couldn't make the grab. Third and 15, 43 seconds to go in the third quarter. Realistically, though, this is 4-down territory for Fort Lee. This is only the third possession of the third quarter. Second one for the Bridgman. Senator backing up. Pressure comes. Senator steps up. Going deep. Not deep enough, and a flag is thrown this time. Balbuena was the intended target. A couple defenders were there, and I believe they're going to get Shahinian on a pass interference. If that's a spot foul, Fort Lee will be set up. It's going to be a 15-yard penalty against Shahinian. Still a big help for the Bridgmen. Not only do they get a first down, they get 15 yards, so they will be at the Fairlawn 32. I think they spotted it at the 31. So let's say 1st and 10 from the 31. Senator, or no, it was a direct snap to Balbuena. Balbuena gets tripped up. He was on the move. Balbuena doesn't get the first there. They're going to say Balbuena got 6, so it's 2nd and 4. Fort Lee should have time for one more play here in the 3rd quarter. Not moving with a tremendous sense of urgency. 6 seconds to go in the quarter. I think Senator does want to get a play off. He's going to have to do it quick. He does. They hand off to De Hoyos, and he will gain maybe a couple yards. So, put those 4 fingers up, and when the 4th quarter begins, the field will be flipped, and Fort Lee will have 3rd and short, not in the red zone, but fairly deep in fair lawn territory as they look to cut into this 2-touchdown deficit.
And your attention, please. This is the last stand. Last call for the concession stand.
Want to give another shout out to our proud sponsors of Fort Lee Bridgman Athletics. Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park, The Collective in Fort Lee, the Fort Lee Soccer Club, the Bergen Black Sox, the Finest Construction Home Improvement Specialists in Fort Lee, Connect One Bank in Fort Lee, and It's Greek to Me, located in Fort Lee. Thank you to our proud Fort Lee Athletics sponsors. Right now, you are watching the live stream here on YouTube as the Fort Lee Bridgman Football Club trails the Fair Lawn Cutters 27-13. No one scored in that 3rd quarter. Fort Lee putting up 42 points against Memorial High School last week. That was back in August, actually, August 29th. Struggling a lot more here offensively in their first September game and their first home game of the year. Being without lineman Dimitri von der Linden for the rest of the game with an injury doesn't help. But Fort Lee will have to make do. It is 3rd and 2 at the Fair Lawn 23, given field position and score. Definitely 4-down territory here for the Bridgmen. Head coach Mike Gerst looking for his first home win as a head coach. Fair Lawn looking to win their first game of the year. De Hoyos on 3rd down gets swarmed by multiple Cutter defenders. We will have 4th down coming up.
For the Bridgmen. 32 and 86. Stop made by 32 Diego Santana. And 86 Zach Argueta. It's 4th down.
Are they going to say De Hoyos got to the line of scrimmage on that one? They are. No, they're not. Loss of 2 on the run, so it's 4th and 4. From the 25.5. They've had more success throwing the ball. You have to figure this will be a pass play for the Bridgmen. Senator looking for Vickers, and it goes through his hands. For the 3rd time tonight, Fort Lee turns the ball over on downs. They do not score after the turnover, and now Fair Lawn will take over here in the 4th quarter. I think we can expect to see a lot of really long huddles and run plays largely designed for Shahinian for the remainder of this quarter. And right on cue, a lengthy huddle for Brendan Wallace's Cutters. Fort Lee is 1-0, but this is the first game of the season for Fair Lawn. They're looking to start things off on the right foot. Solid first 3 quarters, trying to hang on. It is Shahinian bouncing off tacklers. He has a 1st down. He's running down the sideline, and Shahinian got past the 45-yard line. Traore will get credit for the tackle on that play.
At the Fairlawn 44.
They're also going to say that Shahinian was pushed out of bounds before reaching the 45-yard line. So it'll be 1st and 10 at the 44. Christensen will take this one himself. He is into Fort Lee territory, and he should have another first down. Let's see where they spot this one.
11 yards on first down. 10 and 56. Stops made by 10, Ron Leposki. 6, Dylan Herrera.
They're going to move the chains. They're going to say it was a... No, they're not going to move the chains. They're going to say it was like a 9.5-yard run.
Short of the first down, 2nd and inches.
Vickers and Dylan Herrera come out of the game. No, Herrera is staying in. Limping off the field right now is Jaden Cushney. So Cushney out, Herrera in, 2nd and inches for Fairlawn. Does Christensen do another QB keeper? No, he gives it to Shahinian. Shahinian has the first down. He's got a lot more than that. And he's tackled from behind. He was trying to go from the numbers back to the middle of the field, and there was a bridge man there.
Stop made downfield by 10, Ron Leposki. 16-yard gain.
That was Leposki in on the tackle, and it's going to be 1st and 10 Fairlawn from the Fort Lee 30. More than 2 minutes gone by here in the 4th quarter. Time is the friend of the Cutters. Realistically, if they score here, this one is just about over. Last year, Fort Lee won this matchup 45-10. Fairlawn, so far, has flipped the script, looking to hold on. Another handoff. Shahinian is a tough guy to tackle. He refuses to go down. It's usually the 2nd tackle attempt, if not the 3rd, that sees him go down. It'll be 2nd and 7 from the Fort Lee 27. Christensen going to pass here. Pump fakes. Now going for the home run ball. It is caught for the touchdown. Eddie George, or Eddie Guy, rather. Who else? Number 0. It is Guy's 2nd touchdown reception of the night. Christensen's 3rd touchdown pass, 4th touchdown overall, and a commanding lead for the Cutters.
Scores now Fairlawn 33.
Christensen to hold here for Shahinian. 3 for 4 on points after so far. And make it 4 out of 5. Celebration time for Christensen and Shahinian. It is 34-13 in favor of the Cutters. Less than 9 minutes to go here in this one. And it has really, for the most part, been all Fairlawn. They have not trailed tonight. They've led by multiple scores for most of the night, and they get on the board first here in the 2nd half. It is a 3-touchdown advantage for the Cutters. Brendan Wallace's team looking to start the season on the right foot. Fort Lee did last week with a win over Memorial. Michael Rogan, not the best kickoff ever. Pretty solid return, though, on the Fort Lee end. That was number 24, Caleb Park.
On the stop by 23, Dean Elias.
Dean Elias, who of course did not get a pick six earlier in the game, but has been all over the place defensively, makes that tackle of Park. And it'll be 1st and 10 for the Bridgemen at their own 42. Under 8.5 to go. Now down by 3 full touchdowns. Senator rolling to his right. Hit as he throws. That pass is intercepted. This time, Dean Elias has his pick.
Luke Senator's pass intercepted by 23, Dean Elias. 1st and 10, Fairlawn.
So Fairlawn will take over. The fat lady isn't singing, but she's definitely going to start warming up the vocals. Fairlawn up 34-13 with possession. Looking to improve to 1-0 this year. They would also be 1-0 in division. Fort Lee would be 1-1, but they would be 1 game out of first place in division at 0-1. And then another divisional matchup awaits the Bridgemen next week, literally in 7 days, next Friday the 13th. Ooh, Friday the 13th. Fort Lee will host Ridgefield Park. We will have that game here as well. Fort Lee will probably be looking to wipe a bad taste out of their mouths after this one. Christensen still in there, still taking QB keepers. And he is tackled by Leposki and I believe maybe another member of Fort Lee. I think Cushney, back out there, also was in on that tackle. Under 8 minutes to go now in the 4th quarter. Fairlawn looking to be well on their way to a 1-0 start. They will also play next Friday. That will be their first home game of the year, another divisional matchup against Indian Hills. Cushney still has a little bit of a hitch in his giddy-up, you can tell. Is that a delay of game? They're going to rule it a false start. Either way, it's a penalty against the Cutters, and they'll be backed up 5 yards. And now you can see around the middle bottom of your screen, Cushney is going to come out of the game. So it is 2nd and 8 from the 34. Christensen talking to his coach, now going into the huddle and letting his team know what the plan is. Fairlawn could have a pretty dangerous Ivy Red team going here. Offense runs pretty smoothly, especially looking at the first game of the year, led by Christensen, Guy, and Shahinian. Speaking of which, Christensen spinning out of a tackle by Balbuena. He has the first down. I believe Balbuena got back in the play and did wind up making the tackle. But either way, impressive work by Ty Christensen. 1st and 10 at the Fairlawn 48. Christensen with 3 touchdown passes and a touchdown run tonight. He did throw 1 interception, 2 touchdown grabs for Eddie Guy, a 3rd one for Anthony Gentili, and then also a rushing score for Nick Shahinian. Plus he's 4 out of 5 on extra point attempts. Christensen again. Not going down yet. And he winds up getting taken down by Leposki and Vizerto. Fair Lawn once again in Fort Lee territory. They are at the Fort Lee 47. So it should be 2nd and 5. It is 2nd and 5. Under 6 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Cushney is back out there for the Bridgemen. It's a handoff to someone other than Shahinian. Number 5, Gabe Coban. 1 yard run for Coban, the junior running back. So it is now 3rd and 4 at the Fort Lee 47. Brendan Wallace's squad will start off the year on the right foot. They will be 1-0 and 1-0 in division after losing to Fort Lee by 35 points less than a year ago. That was in November of last year. A very different story tonight. Argueta going nowhere. Wrapped up by Vizerto. Cushney finishes Argueta off there. It's 4th down. Fair Lawn has a large lead late in the game. Really no reason to go for it here, and it doesn't look like they will. Punting unit goes out for Brendan Wallace's squad.
Number 3, Ty Christensen to punt. And back deep for the Bridgemen.
Looks like Christensen will handle the punting duties here. Not a terrible punt. Fielded by Balbuena. Half decent return. A cutter loses his helmet.
Balbuena on the return picks up 13 yards.
Let's see here. Looks like we're going to officially have a 13-yard punt return for Balbuena. And Fort Lee taking over at their own 32. Let's call it the Fort Lee 33. The game has already been decided. You would definitely, if you're Mike Gerst, like to see Fort Lee at least put up some points here or have a good possession here in the second half. Here we have a timeout taken. It is Brendan Wallace taking the TO with under 4 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Fair Lawn up 34-13. Fort Lee has outscored opponents this year, but both their games have been really lopsided. A 42-0 drubbing of Memorial, and now tonight heading for a 21-point loss to Fair Lawn. Again, looking ahead, the Cutters will have another divisional matchup to start the year. They will take on Indian Hills at home a week from today, not at 7 o'clock, but at 6 o'clock. And Fort Lee will do it again. Another Friday night under the lights at 7 p.m. They will host Ridgefield Park, the only other team in the Ivy Red division other than Fort Lee, who had played a game tonight. Fort Lee is 1-0, headed towards 1-1. Ridgefield Park, 0-1, coming into play tonight. No flags there. Senator is rolling to his right. Senator getting spun around. Not down yet. Senator launching it for Balbuena. And the pass was broken up. That was a nice play by Zach Argueta. He's been in the middle of a lot of plays, both good and bad, for Fair Lawn. Orta was a little slow to get up there for Fort Lee. He is now on his feet, but a second Bridgeman is still down. So we are going to have another injury timeout. A lot of players have gotten banged up in this game. Of course, Dimitri van der Linden missed most of the game after getting hurt in the first half. And right now, there is a member of Fort Lee in a significant amount of pain. Can't quite tell who that is. While we have an injury timeout, we want to take one more opportunity to thank our proud Fort Lee sponsors. It's Greek to Me in Fort Lee, Connect One Bank in Fort Lee, The Finest Construction Home Improvement Specialists in Fort Lee, the Fort Lee Soccer Club, the Bergen Black Sox, the Collective Hair Salon in Fort Lee, and Sedona Tap House in Cliffside Park. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We truly couldn't make things happen if it weren't for our dedicated viewers and sponsors. So thank you to them. Thank you to you. Injury timeout is over. Senator back to pass again. He passes over the head of Traore. Incomplete. The injured Bridgeman, who made it off the field with some assistance from a coach, was number 5, Matt Kim. Wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Kim again tonight. In the meantime, 3rd down and 10 for the Bridgemen. They didn't look great in the first half, but their offense has really stalled here in the second half. No points since halftime for the Bridgemen. The game in general has really slowed down and been a lot more choppy and plodding here in the last 24 minutes. Senator doesn't throw. Senator steps up. He's going to keep this one himself. Luke Senator has a first down. Oh, he's breaking tackles all over the place and finally taken down in fair lawn territory by Dean Elias. Who else? Dean Elias is having himself a great game. There's another Bridgeman down. It's Guy Vickers. He did look a little bit slow getting to the Fort Lee side of the line of scrimmage before that play. Now he's down after the play. Guy Vickers has made his way to the sideline. Fort Lee is ready to run their next play. Luke Senator backing way up to pass. Now stepping up. Pass is completed to Jacob Greenberg, and he is taken down by a couple cutters, including Dean Elias. 16-yard catch for Jacob Greenberg, who is also, or at least last year, was also a member of the Fort Lee boys basketball team. First and 10 from the Fairlawn 18. Man in motion. That's Traore. Senator looking in his direction. Throws across his body, and guess who? Mike Elias is there again. Not Mike, Dean Elias is there again. It is number 23's second interception of the night, and really, that is the cherry on top of this performance by Brendan Wallace's Cutters. Still a little more than 2 minutes to go. It will just be a formality. Dean Elias with 2 interceptions here in the second half. It doesn't look like the Bridgemen are going to score. And Fairlawn will take over on offense. It can be really fun being a head coach of a football team, and I'm sure last week was extremely enjoyable for Mike Gerst. This week, a lot less so, losing a divisional matchup as Fairlawn has taken out some of its starters. Right now, handling duties behind center is number 12, Yeshua Rodriguez.
Now in a quarterback for Fairlawn, number 12, Yeshua Rodriguez. Okay, second and 10. Second down.
There was no gain on that play for the Cutters, so it is second down and 10 from their own 15. What a night by Ty Christensen. His first game as a senior quarterback, 4 total touchdowns, 3 of the passing variety, 2 of them to Eddie Guy and Nick Shahinian with a touchdown run. He was also the kicker for the team, 4 out of 5 on extra points. And the final score tonight is probably going to wind up being 34-13 in favor of Fairlawn. Diego Santana trying to stretch his arm out for the extra yard on a second straight carry for him. It will be 3rd down and 8 after a 2-yard run for Santana. And we are now in the final minute of play here in the first Fort Lee home football game of the year. Again, folks, don't forget, they will be right back in action 1 week from today. Some Friday the 13th action, hosting Ridgefield Park. For tonight, wrapping up a loss to Fairlawn. Rodriguez hands it off again. And with under 30 seconds to go, that should be the final play of the game. Brendan Wallace and the Fairlawn Cutters rebound from last year's loss to Fort Lee in a big way with a 34-13 rout of the Bridgemen here at the Sugarman Sport Complex. Mike Gerst falls to 1-1 as a Fort Lee head coach. The Bridgemen fall to 1-1 on the year, 0-1 at home, and crucially 0-1 in the division. Again, your final score, Fairlawn 34, Fort Lee 13. Want to give a thank you really quickly to Dimitri Nanas. We truly would not be able to make these streams work without him. Also, the Fort Lee Athletic Director, Michael Raftery. I am Tommy Aquilina, thanking you all so much for tuning in to the Fort Lee Bridgeman Athletics stream. Once again, do come back next Friday the 13th for a matchup against Ridgefield Park. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Friday night, and we will see you here next week on the Fort Lee Bridgeman Athletics stream. So long, everybody.